Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our formalities. Therefore, we'd like to request all of you to please take your seats now.
Every breakthrough begins with a question. Every innovation starts with an idea. Welcome to the 7th CINEC International Research Symposium 2026. Bridging academic synergy for national progress, integrating knowledge for economic transformation. From groundbreaking research to global collaboration, from inspiring keynote speakers to tomorrow's innovations, this is where knowledge transforms into impact. Join researchers, academics, industry leaders, and visionaries as we inspire change, empower discovery, and build a better future. Welcome to CIRS 2026, where ideas become impact.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to CINEC International Research Symposium 2026. Today, we gather around something that has the power to shape not only what we know, but also has the power to shape what we can do with what we know. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all agree that every great discovery begins with something very, very simple. A question. Why does this happen? How can we make it better? What can we do differently? And today, we are bringing together people who dare to ask those questions and, more importantly, who dare to turn those questions into ideas, solutions, and impact. So together, today, we will spark innovation, connect disciplines, challenge perspectives, and turn knowledge into action. So, ladies and gentlemen, since we are bringing together researchers, academics, industry professionals, and emerging scholars all under one roof today, We do assure all of our participants seated here a very fruitful and very productive agenda lineup over the course of today. Now, since we have lots to look forward to, without further ado, let us now proceed with the traditional lighting of the oil lamp. I'd like to cordially invite the following dignitaries to please step forward and do the honors. Our chief guest, Professor Rakesh Ganj, Professor, Department of Onco-Anesthesia and Palliative Medicine, Dr. B.R.A. Institute, Rotary Cancer Hospital and National Cancer Institute, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, India. Special guest, Mrs. Harin Jai Singha, Director, NSHU Division, Ministry of Education, Higher Education and Vocational Education. Senior Professor T.P. Veeraratna, Dean, Faculty of Medicine and Senior Professor in Medicine, Honorary Consultant Physician, Professorial Medical Unit, Teaching Hospital, Karapidia. Ms. Nilanthi Sivapragasam, Joint Managing Director, CINEC Campus. Mr. Ikram Kutlan, Director, CINEC Campus. Ms. Romaine Nicholas, Director, CINEC Campus. Captain Ajit Piris, President and CEO, CINEC Campus. Senior Professor and Chair, Sampath Amaratunga, Deputy President and Deputy CEO, CINEC Campus. Admiral Tisra Sapnasinghe, Senior Consultant, CINEC Campus. Ms. Taranga Gamage, Vice President, Finance, Administration, Projects and General Affairs, CINEC Campus. Captain Peshala Madagama, Vice President, Maritime International Cooperation and Foreign Projects, CINEC Campus. Dr. Ajit Madura Peruma, Consultant, Academic Affairs and Research, CINEC Campus. Mr. Ranjana Punchiheva, Head of Center for Quality Assurance, CINEC Campus. Senior Professor Ansha Maniketi Heva, CIRS 2026 Chairperson and Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences. Professor Janaka Lianagama, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology. Chief Engineer Arjuna Ranasinghe, Dean, Faculty of Marine Engineering. Professor Lalit Edrisinghe, Dean, Faculty of Management and Social Sciences. Captain Prasanna Cedric, Dean, Faculty of Maritime Sciences. Senior Professor Ranjit Mahanama, Co-Chairperson, CIRS 2026 and Dean, Faculty of Sciences. Professor Prasad Setunga, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Education. Mrs. Suranjana Deshani, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Computing. Dr. Pumi Vasana, Co-Chairperson, CIRS 2026, Head of the Department, Department of Postgraduate Studies, Senior Lecturer Grade 2. Dr. Harshini Pereira, Secretary, CIRS 2026, Lecturer in Biomedical Sciences. Dr. Nimshi Fernando, Co-Secretary, CIRS 2026, Senior Lecturer. Dr. Sanka Madhuranga, Auditor of CIRS 2026. Industry Representative from Avon Pharma, Mr. Indura Jayalat. Industry Representative, Glokim, Mrs. Melanie Abegunavardhana. And Presenters Representatives, Dr. Danushka and Ms. Vasana Valipitian. Ladies and gentlemen, we request all of you to please rise from your seats as our dignitaries light the traditional oil lamp. We'd also like to invite Professor Gishan Disanaika, Dean of Cambridge Judge Business School, to join us with the lighting of the oil lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as we thank our dignitaries for lighting the oil lamp. We request them to please proceed to their respective seats in the audience. Let us now remain standing for the CINEC anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart our proceedings, our very own students of the Aesthetic Unit have prepared for you a beautiful welcome dance, so we hope you enjoy.
jum nam ta rum ta dhalam ko tak ta ko da da gira gira ta jum ta ka jum ta kita ta da ta jum gira jum ta num ta rum ta kita da da gira ta ta kita ta dana ta run ta then ta da jum ta num ta rum ta ga din ta gira
What a beautiful start to our proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. A big thank you goes to the students of the aesthetic unit of CINEC campus. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward to officially welcome all of you and open our proceedings, it is my pleasure to invite on stage our CIRS 2026 Chair, Senior Professor Manik Hetty Hewa. With your applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her.
Distinguished Chief Guest, the world-renowned medical scientist, Dr. Bandula Vijay, the guest of honor, the medical professor, Professor Rakesh Gaj, anesthesiologist, critical care pain and palliative medicine physician, and professor of Department of Onco-Anesthesiology in India Institute of Medical Science in Delhi. Distinguished international speakers, Dr. Mark Norrish, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Anglia Ruskin University, UK, Professor Gishan Disanaika, Financial Economist, and Adam Smith, Professor of Corporate Governance Finance, the Dean, Cambridge Judge Business School, University of Cambridge, the Chairman, the Managing Director, Ms. Nilanthi Sivaprakasam, Directors of CINEC, Ms. Romain Nicholas, and Mr. Ikram Kutilan, Mrs. Harini Jarsinger, the Director of Non-State Higher Education Division, Ministry of Education, the Senior Professor and Chair, Tilak Priyantha Veeraratna, Faculty of Medicine, University of Rohana, for our Founder President and Founder CEO, Captain Ajit Perez, Deputy President, Deputy CEO, Senior Professor and Chair, Sampath Amartunga, Senior Consultant, Admiral Tisara Samarsinga, Vice Presidents, Mrs. Taranga Gamage and Captain Peshila Madagama, Consultants, Dr. Ajit Madraperuma and Mr. Ranjana Punchiheva, Fellow Deans, HODs, Senior Administrative Officials, respective academics, researchers, industry partners, members of scientific community, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to the CINEC International Research Symposium 2026. It's my great privilege and pleasure as a chairperson to welcome all of you to this important gathering. This year, we come together under Bridging Academy Synergy for National Progress, integrating knowledge for economic transformation. This is not a simply theme, it's a call to action. CINEC had already become an engine for innovation, entrepreneurship, technological advancement, and economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have talented academics, researchers, scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, and our young innovators. Our challenge today is not simply to generate more knowledge, but to connect with industry. And most importantly, to connect research outcomes with the real need of our people to our nation. This is the true meaning of academic synergy. We are aware that challenges faced by Sri Lanka, but also in the world, are complex now. They cannot be solved by working alone. A medical scientist may need an engineer, isn't it? Pharmacologist may need a data scientist. Health researcher need an economist. Technological innovator may need an entrepreneur. Therefore, interdisciplinary collaboration is no longer an option, it's an essential requirement. I believe CIRS 2026 provides an excellent platform for these connections to continue long after this symposium. Academia brings intellectual capital, scientific expertise, research capacity, and human resources. What about industry? Industry brings practical knowledge, technological capability, market understanding, investment, and the ability to take innovations to scale. When these strengths come together, we can develop new technologies, protect and commercialize our IP, establish startups, incubators, strengthen local industries, improve services from CINEC, and create high-value employment for our graduates. So I would like to address now our next generation at the back, our dear students. At the heart of this transformation, you as a researcher and a student are not simply the future of the CINEC. You are the future scientists, innovators, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and leaders of our nation in future. We are responsible to create an environment as academics where they can think beyond traditional boundaries. Ladies and gentlemen, let us build bridges. As we commence CIRS 2026, I invite all of you to engage openly today. Challenge existing thinking, share your expertise, and explore opportunities to meaningful collaboration. Let us not limit this symposium just to presentations and discussions. Let us build bridges between disciplines, between institutions, between academia and industry, and also for policymakers. And most importantly, bridges between knowledge and the national development. Let CIRS 2026 be more than symposium. May this symposium inspire collaboration, ignite innovation, empower our researchers, and contribute meaningfully to the economic and social transformation of our nation. Let us work together. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I warmly welcome all of you to the CIRS 2026 and wish you a highly productive, inspiring, memorable symposium.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your warm words of welcome. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my absolute pleasure to welcome on stage the visionary leader who gives guidance and direction to CINEC Campus. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, with your applause, let's welcome President and CEO CINEC Campus, Captain Ajit Piris.
Morning. Our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Bandula Vijay. Guest of honor, Dr. Rakesh Garg. Ms. Harini Jayasinghe, the Director of Ministry of Education on non-state sector. Distinguished international and national speakers. Chairman of CINEC, Directors of CINEC, Mr. Ikram Kutilan and Ms. Romaine Nicholas, Deputy President and Deputy CEO, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Senior Consultant, Admiral Tisara Samarasinghe, Vice Presidents, Mrs. Taranga Gamage and Captain Peshala Madagama, Consultant Academic Affairs and Research, Dr. Ajit Madura Peruma, Consultant Quality Assurance, Ms. Ranjana Punchiheva, Chairperson of CIRS 2026, Senior Professor Manik Hetieva, Deans, Heads of Departments, respected academics and researchers, industry partners, members of the scientific community, students, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and very warm welcome to the CINEC International Research Symposium 2026. It is my great pleasure as the President of CINEC to welcome all of you to this important gathering dedicated to knowledge, research, innovation, and collaboration. This year's symposium is held under the timely and meaningful theme, that is, bridging academic synergy for national progress, integrating knowledge for economic transformation. This theme reflects a principle that we strongly believe in at CINEC. The true value of knowledge lies not only in generating and sharing it, but also in translating that knowledge into innovation, practical solutions, and meaningful outcomes to our society. Research achieves its greatest value when we build strong connections between academia and industry, research and policy, technology and society, and innovation and investment. I am therefore delighted to see the researchers, academics, industry professionals, and students coming together from different disciplines and institutions. Such collaborations give us the opportunity to share expertise, challenge conventional thinking, explore new perspectives, and develop innovative solutions to the complex challenges facing our nation and the wider world today. I would like to emphasize the importance of our young researchers and students. You are the innovators, researchers, and leaders of tomorrow. At CINEC, we are committed to providing you with the confident opportunities and environment necessary to explore new ideas, embrace emerging technologies, and transform your research into practical solutions that can create a positive impact. I therefore encourage all participants to look beyond simply presenting a research paper at this forum. Use CIRS 2026 as an opportunity to build partnerships, exchange ideas, establish new collaborations, and create opportunities that will continue long after these 2 days. It is through such sustained collaborations that research can move beyond the academic environment and contribute meaningfully to national development and economic transformation. I sincerely congratulate the Faculty of Health Sciences, led by Senior Professor Maniketi Heva, who was the leading party for organizing this event, and the CIRS 2026 organizing and scientific committees for their dedication, commitment, and hard work in bringing this important symposium together. My sincere appreciation also goes to our distinguished speakers, researchers, reviewers, partners, sponsors, and academics, and administrative staff and students for their valuable contribution and support. To all our international and national delegates, thank you for joining us and for generously sharing your knowledge, expertise, and experience with us. Let us make CIRS 2026 a platform where ideas are connected, partnerships are created, knowledge is shared, and research is transformed into a meaningful impact. Once again, on behalf of CINEC, I warmly welcome you all to the CINEC International Research Symposium 2026. I wish you a productive, inspiring, and successful symposium, and I hope that the discussions and collaborations initiated here will contribute to a stronger future for research, innovation, and national development. With that, I would like to wind up my speech. Thank you, and I wish CIRS 2026 every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing those wonderful thoughts with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding with the official launch of the e-proceedings book. And for that, we are already joined by Captain Ajit Piris. And we would also like to invite Senior Professor and Chair Sampath Amaratunga, Deputy President and Deputy CEO, CINEC Campus, and Senior Professor and Chair Maniketi Heva, CIRS 2026 Chairperson. With that official launch, ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to mark this occasion with the presentation of the conference proceedings. I invite Senior Professor Maniketi Heva to present the proceedings book to Captain Ajit Piris and Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga. So, Captain Ajit Piris and Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, we would like to invite you back on stage to receive the official conference proceedings. Madam, if you can please proceed with the presentation of the book to Captain Ajit Piris and Professor Sampath Amaratunga. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the official launch of the conference proceedings. We would also like to let you know that our research symposium is being live streamed through the official CINEC Facebook page. So we'd like to welcome everyone who has joined us online, and all of you are most welcome to follow that and revisit the live stream. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we now come to one of the key highlights of the agenda today, because it is now time for us to pay attention to our keynote speaker. To formally introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, may I now invite our symposium chair, once again, Senior Professor and Chair Manik Hetiheva, to do the honors.
It's with my great honor and privilege to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker for CIRS 2026, Dr. Bandula Vijay. Dr. Bandula Vijay is an internationally recognized inventor, biomedical engineer, scientist, entrepreneur, educator, and also a diplomat based on Houston, Texas in USA. His remarkable career represents an inspiring journey from scientific knowledge to invention, entrepreneurship, and global impact. He pursued chemical engineering for undergraduates, followed by postgraduate studies and a PhD in chemical engineering at the University of Southern California as a Fulbright scholar. What distinguished Dr. Vijay is his extraordinary contribution to medical innovation, working with leading institutions, including the Texas Heart Institute. He contributed to the development of cardiovascular technologies, including angioplasty balloon, catheter systems, coronary perfusion technology, and the innovative nested loop vascular stent. He has been credited with numerous medical device patents and has devoted much of his career to translating scientific ideas into practical technologies that can improve the human health. His achievements have earned his prestigious national and international recognition, including the Vidya Jyoti Award and an honorary Doctor of Science from University of Rhode. It is therefore particularly appropriate that today's keynote address is titled Intelligent Futures, Integrating Artificial Intelligence, Education and Innovation. This is a subject that is extremely relevant to all of us. Artificial intelligence transforms education, healthcare, research, and innovation. Dear sir, your own career beautifully demonstrates this journey. Education leads to research, research leading to innovation, and innovation leading to impact nationally, internationally. Although he is joining us virtually today, we are truly privileged to have his expertise and experience with us. On behalf of CIRS 2026 Organizing Committee, I warmly welcome Dr. Bandula Vijay and sincerely thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Bandula Vijay, to deliver his keynote address on Intelligent Futures, Integrating Artificial Intelligence, Education and Innovation. Dr. Vijay, the virtual floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, scientists, doctors, engineers, and researchers, educators, and students. Thank you for inviting me to say a few words and share my thoughts with you this morning about a very important subject. So I want to discuss with you and also share my thoughts with you about a very interesting subject that is very current, and that's artificial intelligence. Along with that, I want to talk to you about a couple of other things. One is innovation, and other is purpose-driven education. I will start with the topic artificial intelligence. Now, we are talking about artificial intelligence everywhere in the world, here in the United States, around the world, in China, and even here in Sri Lanka. So it's a very important topic, and yes, we must talk about it because it has affected and is affecting the way we live and work. Now, there is a lot of concern that artificial intelligence is to take over our jobs, And robots are going to do the various menial tasks that is done in the industry or even outside of the industry. To some extent, this is correct. If you look at China, in many industrial situations, robots are doing a lot of work, including in automobile manufacturing, computer and electronics manufacturing, and in all sorts of industry, they are doing a job. If you are a physician and if you are a radiologist and you are trying to read an X-ray or MRI or CT scan, there is artificial intelligence that can read that same CT scan and come up with a diagnosis. So does that eliminate the physician, the radiologist? The answer is no. We are human. We have feelings. And the way we work is very different from the way AI machines work today. Will it work like us in the future? I doubt it. So there is concern, and I can understand that there is concern. Do we have a choice? No, I don't think we have a choice, because artificial intelligence is here to stay. And we have to deal with it. We have to work with it. If you look at our education system, in the kindergarten, we will learn how to add, how to subtract. And as we go up the grades, we learn various other tasks. And we continue to learn through high school, university, and also in postgraduate education. And then we are judged by our ability to memorize these facts and reproduce at examinations. This is very typical. And then we graduate and we get qualified in our fields. Now, does artificial intelligence have access to these facts that we are learning? Yes, it does. It can access this material in a fraction of a second. It can reproduce, it can do all the calculations necessary for diagnosing a medical issue like I discussed earlier. So artificial intelligence will definitely do some of our work. Does that mean that eliminates us, the human being? No. We are still there. Because as a human being, I have feelings. I'm judgmental. I know what problems I need to solve. But what problem we must solve, that is for us to decide. Artificial intelligence is not going to come and say that, look, in Colombo, we have a problem of traffic congestion. No, it won't come and say that. But we will know that's a problem that we need to solve. And once we know what problem we need to solve, we can get help or assign artificial intelligence to solve that problem. So that is how it's going to happen. AI will not know what problem we must solve. We have to tell it what problem to solve. So we are still in command, and that is going to continue for a long time. If you would go to work, and if your job can be done by artificial intelligence, you can use it as a tool, but you are the one who is deciding what problem to solve and what is your destination, what you are trying to achieve is something that you're going to decide, not artificial intelligence. So I'm willing to accept the fact that yes, there are some in our society, in humanity, who is concerned about artificial intelligence affecting our way of life. I understand that. But at the same time, I want to tell you that you can get around it. You become the boss. You make artificial intelligence subordinate of you. Let artificial intelligence do the work. You tell it what problem you want solved. Now you have seen in your life, things have changed over the years. Last couple of 100 years, things changed very rapidly. Long time ago, we were riding on a horse cart or bullock cart. Today, we have very advanced automobiles, airplanes, and various other means of transportation. And in China, for example, or Japan, for example, there are trains that run at 300 plus miles per hour. I remember when I was 6 years old, I went to school in a bullock cart, what we normally call buckier. 2 years later, my parents bought a car, which happens to be a Morris 8. I think you must have seen it around in the country sometimes. And my father dropped me and my mom in the village school, my sisters in the city school, and he went to his school where he was a teacher. The process of moving from a bullock cart to automobile made our life easier, more comfortable. Our journey has changed. but it did not change our destination. I went to school to learn. My mother went to school to teach. That did not change. We were able to do it at a scale far better than going on a bullock cart. Same thing is true in my entire life. And today, think about it. We have cell phones and we can talk to anybody around the world using various applications like WhatsApp. We have computers that are connected to the internet and we can collaborate with our colleagues around the world on the various research projects that we do. And e-commerce, like you see, I know you probably have some in Sri Lanka as well. In the US, e-commerce is very common. And we are doing that using technology, computers to connect. And e-commerce, like you see, I know you probably have some in Sri Lanka as well. In the US, e-commerce is very common. And we are doing that using technology, computers to connect. And we can get what we buy in a couple of days at our door. So this happened because of technology over the last couple of hundred years that changed the way we live. It did not change our humanity. We are still human beings. We still have feelings. We are still judgmental. And we are the ones who is going to decide what we will do and what we will not do. So therefore, I can assure you, artificial intelligence, as we go forward, will do the same thing. Now this brings me to another thing. That is, I have been living in the United States for more than 50 years. I had the opportunity to meet people from all over the world, from the very far east, from Europe, from Africa, from South America, from all over the world. When I was a student, when I was a researcher, when I was a professor, and even in my social life. I meet these people. And when I meet these people, with some of them, I start a conversation about their life. So I learn a lot about their life, and once I hear their story, I realize one thing. We are extremely lucky in Sri Lanka. Can you imagine a child born into a far out village can get the same education as someone who is born to an affluent family in Colombo? That child can go to the university, become a doctor, engineer, lawyer, entrepreneur, scientist, inventor. That possibility happened because of one person. Because that person democratized our education system. And that person, you all know, is Dr. C.W.W. Kannanga. He democratized our education system, made it available to the kids, to the children all over the country, irrespective of whether they are rich or poor, whether they are, what race they came from. So that made us lead the world in education because we have access to education, irrespective of whether we are rich or poor, whether we live in a city or in a village. We all are thankful to Dr. C.W.W. Kannanga, and our nation is in debt for the contribution he did. We must appreciate that. But at the same time, we have to question ourselves, is this enough? In my opinion, unfortunately, the world has changed. This is not enough. We have a fact-based education system. A system where a student goes to the kindergarten, learns to add 2 + 2 on a piece of paper and say is equal to 4. Now that's not how education should work. We must teach our kids to learn and learn to learn and train them to ask questions, train them critical thinking, train them to think about the problems that they can solve and find a solution for those problems. I learned this system not while I was a student in the US, but when I became a father, when my 2 sons went to a local schools, when I saw what they were learning and how they were learning it, and the homework they brought home, and what questions the teacher was asking, that made me really realize the value of critical thinking in the education system. Now, along with that, we have to train our children to think about innovation. We should train our children and we should put it in their mind from day one. They have to come up with solutions to the problems of humanity. Some of them will solve big problems. So that's the education system I want to recommend that you consider going forward, especially in light of the fact that artificial intelligence is here to stay. Whatever we learn in school can be done by AI. Does that mean we have to give up on our education? Absolutely no. We have to learn from the kindergarten, from grade schools to high school, through university and postgraduate. The reason we want to learn those facts is after that, we are going to create new knowledge based on our research, based on the work that we do. We will create new knowledge and we will publish it. Once we publish it, when it is available, AI has access to that new knowledge and surely they will use it for whatever they do. But we should continue to generate new knowledge based on our education. But education, as I said before, based on critical thinking. That I really appreciate the American system is here we use what is known as problem-based learning or PBL. It is widely used in medical curriculum, in engineering curriculum, and so on. You learn by solving problems. Along with PBL, the other factor is integrated learning system or ILS. If you're a medical student, if you're learning about the anatomy and the physiology of the heart, you're not going to learn it in a silo. You're going to learn the anatomy and the physiology of the heart along with that of the lungs and the thorax. And along with that, you will learn pathology, pathophysiology, and all these things together. So when the medical student becomes a physician, he will know a patient comes with some heart issue. So he has a judgmental call on, is it related to the heart or is it something related to the lungs or something else? That thinking comes from the training that they receive, and I'm very impressed by it. Same thing is true in engineering. Engineering students learn things like differential equations. But you have to learn these differential equations in light of why we are solving these differential equations. What is the practical application of what we are doing? Where is it used in real life? That is something that educators must seriously consider to implement. That's the way that we can create a generation of educated people who are technically educated or even business and other fields, who are able to solve problems, who are able to find what problem to solve. This is very important, and then solve those problems. So this brings me to something that I have always appreciated in Sri Lanka. We are a nation of 20+ million people, of brilliant minds. All of you in this audience are those that belong to that cohort of brilliant minds. If you go to the Ratnapura district, dig a hole and pick up a rock, chances are it is a gem. But if you do not cut and polish this gem properly, it is not going to shine. But if you cut and polish it properly, it will shine and it will have value. Same thing is true about our brilliant brains, brilliant minds, all over the country. The process of cutting and polishing here is education. If you use proper education, our brains, our minds can be made brilliant. Brilliant in the world. So we will stand up as a nation who is well educated, able to solve problems, able to find what problems to solve, and push the envelope, making human life better. One of the things that is going to happen with artificial intelligence, we can use this brain along with artificial intelligence to find what problems to solve and solve these problems so that the entire world will come to us into Sri Lanka so that they can see how we solve that problem. We will become a leader in the world in solving problems of humanity. Now, it doesn't have to be a problem to solve so that how we can get to Mars. No, leave it to other people to do. But we have a lot of other issues that we can solve that helps humanity. Find a solution for dengue for that matter. There are a lot of countries in the tropical region that undergoes the same pain that we undergo right now. Let us come up with the answer how to solve that problem. They will be knocking our door down and try to get that answer from us. Why? Because we were able to solve that problem. So artificial intelligence is here to stay. We can complain all day about it. We must learn how to use it to further our humanity, the benefits that it brings to our humanity, how to solve the problems, but we will find what problems to solve. So in conclusion, what I'm going to say is, we as a nation have to make up our mind today. It's actually past due that we are going to be a nation of innovators. And let us use artificial intelligence as the tool that will help us to innovate. Let us be the nation that solves some of the problems of humanity. Let artificial intelligence be the tool that we use to solve those problems. And I ask you and I challenge you to do this and take our country forward. And it will be the best thing you can do to make us proud of our country. Thank you.
A big thank you goes to Dr. Bandula Vijay for that thought-provoking address and for giving us a call to action. We're truly grateful to him for sharing his insights. So now we'd like to present him with an e-plaque to recognize his contribution to CIRS 2026. And to do the honors, I'd like to invite President and CEO CINEC Campus, Captain Ajit Piris, and Deputy CEO, Deputy President, CINEC Campus Senior Professor and Chair, Sampath Amaratunga. So we'd like to invite both of you on stage to present the e-plaque to our keynote speaker, Dr. Bandula Vijay. Captain Ajit Piris, if you can please join us on stage. We are delighted to present this e-plaque virtually to Dr. Bandula Vijay. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we put our hands together for our keynote speaker as we thank him for his contribution. Once again, a big thank you goes to our keynote speaker, Dr. Bandula Vijay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we arrive at another significant item in the agenda. Now, we'd like to introduce our distinguished orator to set the stage for yet another insightful session. And to formally introduce our orator to us, I'd like to invite Professor Janaka Liyanagama, Dean, Faculty of Engineering, to do the honors.
Very good morning, ladies, gentlemen. As the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, it's my distinct privilege to introduce our distinguished orator for CIRS 2026, Dr. Shankar Madhuranga, a leading expert in environmental engineering, whose career beautifully bridges global industry and high-impact research. After graduating with first-class honors from University of Moratuwa and gaining over 5 years of vital field experience as a safety and environmental engineer in Sri Lanka, he pursued his master's and PhD at New Mexico State University, USA. Dr. Madhuranga then spent over 3 years in California, USA, serving as a design engineer and a research scientist. Upon returning to Sri Lanka, Dr. Madhuranga served as a senior lecturer at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura before bringing his vast talents to his current role in civil engineering at the CINEC campus, Malambe. The true hallmark of Dr. Madhuranga's career is his extraordinary research profile, particularly his pioneering work on algal systems for wastewater treatment and resource recovery. His profound contributions to solving design challenges in energy efficiency and pollution control earned him a prestigious award from the US Environmental Protection Authority. Furthermore, the global significance of his research was validated by substantial funding from elite American institutions, including the US Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, and the Bureau of Reclamation. Today, he joins us to share the cumulative wisdom of his award-winning research that stands at the cutting edge of green engineering. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Shankar Madhuranga.
Thank you, Professor Janaka. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So today I'm going to talk about my research work, algal systems for wastewater treatment and resource recovery. Algae. When you heard the word algae, what comes to your mind? And then when you see these pictures, what comes to your mind? We see algae as a nuisance, a disturbance to the environment, a green, slimy stuff we can see all over the world, right? How many of you know this guy? Anyone from the back? Young researchers? Yeah, this is Plankton from cartoon SpongeBob SquarePants. Plankton is introduced as a bad guy, single cellular algae as a bad guy in a cartoon. So we have a perception from the younger days that algae is a bad nuisance to the environment. But here today, I wanted to show you that there is a potential to save humanity with this single cellular algae. So if I take a quote from Richard Murray, his book, Weeds, The Story of Outlaw Plants, he says, the weeds are nothing more than a plant in the wrong place. So we have to think, are we keeping algae as a weed, or are we going to move it to the right place? So when we talk about current transportation industry, mostly it's driven by fossil fuels. But all of us know that fossil fuels, especially the liquid petroleum, can last around 20 to 30 years. After that, what's our solution would be? We might say, okay, we are going to transfer into electric vehicles. It will solve all the issues, and it will be more sustainable way of, in environmental solutions, right? Is it? Fossil fuels, we can transfer from fossil fuels to the electric vehicles, but what are we going to do for all the internal combustion engines, all the vehicles driven with internal combustion engines? And then what are we going to go for all the infrastructure, distillation plants, all the fuel stations, and all those infrastructure? What are you going to do for your 1967 Shelby Cobra, which worth millions of dollars, just to leave it here in your living room as a furniture? No. So there should be a potential solution which have a same compatibility as a biofuel or a petroleum fuel, which we can run it through the internal combustion engines so that we can eliminate the wastage of internal combustion engine vehicles, infrastructure. We can compensate some portion for the electrical energy, but not all of it, right? So if we think about that, and also especially the marine transportation, aerospace, traveling, Are you going to have another plane backing up with a battery pack when you're traveling from USA to Arabic countries? No. So if we can have some kind of a potential which can develop a kerosene or a jet fuel or a biodiesel for maritime traveling, that would be the ideal option in moving forward. So biofuels give the answer for that. But if you see this table, I took from one of the research papers, Christie, 2007, you can see there are biofuel potentials. We can develop biofuels from different plants, corn, soybean, canola oil, and everything. And to fulfill 50% of column, the third column, to fulfill 50% of US transportation needs, you need to grow 1,540 megahectares of corn. Imagine, so if we are growing to fulfill 50% of US energy, transportation fuel needs with corn, what are we going to eat? So the best solution, you can see the last two rows, microalgae. It only requires 2 megahectares if you want to fulfill the transportation need of US transportation industry with biofuels. And then when you talk about the production, if you wanted to grow a corn plant, it's going to take 2 to 3 months to harvest the plant. But for algae, the doubling time is 24 to 48 hours. So imagine that how feasible it is when we convert, if we have right technologies to convert algae into biofuel production. Then if this is so unique and so promising, why it's not a reality now? That might be the question, right? So there are challenges actually in algal cultivation for industrial fuel demands. First thing is algae grow in watery media, right? So it requires fresh water. But in the world, the fresh water is very limited resource. We cannot compensate our fresh water for algae. Then next thing is the nutrients. As plants, algae need nitrogen, phosphorus, micronutrients, and all those things. If we wanted to grow algae to do all the fuel demands, what are we going to use for the agriculture industry? One of the leading industries in the world is agriculture. You can't compete with agriculture because that fulfills one of the key needs of human race. So what are we going to do for the nutrients? And other thing is, the next challenge is, algae has the same density as water. So when you grow algae, we'll say like in water around 1,000 kilograms per cubic meter. In algae, it's 1,050. That's why algae cells are suspended in the water. So when you grow in algae in a watery media, and if you wanted to separate algae to biofuel conversion, you can't do it easily. That takes very high energy intensive techniques. And then if you grow it in open ponds, it can contaminate with other invasive species like protozoa, fungi, and all those things. And then you can't go deeper ponds because algae require sunlight. So your footprint going to be double, triple, and as the pond's going to be shallower. Lower biomass densities, you can't grow high density algae because then again the same issue, light won't penetrate for the lower cultures. So all these are challenges, and then what's the solution? So for this, we thought, why aren't we coupling algae with wastewater treatment? Wastewater gives it a water requirement, and at the same time nitrogen, phosphorus, and micronutrients it requires. So we don't need to compete for the fresh water. We don't need to compete for the agricultural industry. So this is typical conventional wastewater treatment, and we have been using it for almost 100 years. This was introduced in 1906. 120 years we've been using the same technology for wastewater treatment, bacterial-based technology, heterotrophic bacteria. We call it activated sludge systems. Here we are proposing to replace this with our system called power system. It's trademarked as power photosynthetically oxygenated waste to energy recovery system, where we replace the bacterial-based system with algae so that we grow algae, and algae can give a same treatment as bacterial-based systems, and they will produce, we can convert them into bioenergy as biofuels, and then at the same time we can actually extract nutrients in the wastewater as fertilizer. So we are not only not using agricultural fertilizer, but we are producing here not only the biofuel, but the fertilizer. So in this specific system, we have identified a special algal strain called Golderia sulphureria. My PhD and master's thesis is all about this Golderia sulphureria. It's a single cellular red algal species isolated from Yellowstone National Park, USA, and it's an extremophile. Extremophile is basically an algae grows in extreme conditions. It grows in acidic environment, pH 1 to 4. We have tested around pH 2.5, and it grows in very high temperature conditions, around 40 degrees, 50 degrees Celsius. Under that conditions, no any other species survives. We only isolated one bacterial species can mutually work with this particular algae in a wastewater environment. So this system actually proven that we can treat wastewater with algae and produced required biofuels, and we have even produced biofuels and used in biofuels at USA. So as my times are limiting, I will skip. So these are some of the actual treatment systems we used with the wastewater treatment plants. And I had a couple of slides, but I will move on. So these are the actual vision. Currently, algae is not a reality, but this will be a reality in near future, because currently it takes around $8 to produce a gallon, not currently, in 2018, it took around $8 with the existing technology to produce a gallon of algae biofuel, and that time around $4 in California for a gallon of fossil fuel driven diesel. So what we want is to have those match together so that we can make the algae reality, and this would be the future we see in next few years, so that algae will be a reality. Thank you very much, and I think my time is up. And if you have any questions, please feel free to meet me. We can discuss over the lunch, and anytime as we have sessions going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very insightful address. And now we'd like to recognize our distinguished orator by presenting his orator's certificate and medal. So to do the honors, once again, I'd like to invite on stage Captain Ajit Piris, CEO and President, CINEC Campus, along with Senior Professor and Chair Manik Hetihewa. So please join us on stage. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Shankar Madhuranga. Thank you very much once again for that informative session. We thank our presentation party as well. You may please take your seats in the audience. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are now delighted to welcome Dr. Mark Norrish, Pro-Vice-Chancellor, Anglia-Ruskin University, United Kingdom, who will be joining us virtually to share his insights and perspectives with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please pay your attention to the screen as we welcome Dr. Mark Norrish for his virtual address.
Hello, good morning. My name is Mark Norrish, and I'm the Pro-Vice-Chancellor here at Anglia-Ruskin University. And I'm really happy and proud to be able to talk to you today about this topic of interdisciplinary and intercultural learning. ARU has been working with CINEC in the last few years on a collaborative degree programs together, and we're really excited about the progress of our students on those programs. Today I'm going to take a few minutes to talk to you about some of the aspects of interdisciplinarity that we are doing well and that we could do even better on as we build graduate outcomes for our students. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what employers want and what the evidence says about that. I'm going to describe a couple of the key initiatives that ARU is working on at the moment and the impact that they're having currently on our graduate outcomes. I'm then going to suggest some alternative ways in which we could work together to be even more influential on our graduates after they leave us. So the evidence is pretty clear. There are lots of different evidence bases out there now that talk to what employers want from the graduates of the future, and therefore what we should be doing in our courses of today to make sure that they are ready for that future workforce. The World Economic Forum produces a regular summary of this, and in the latest version it talks about a need for graduates who can work across disciplines, who can adapt to complexity, who aren't bound by the subject that they're studying, but can work comfortably across different areas. Future jobs will require a degree of adaptability. Yes, they will require technical skills, but also alongside those technical skills, there will be a need for human skills, the ability to communicate, perhaps with people from a different background, a different culture, a different technical culture as well. They have identified that many employers are saying that one of the things which is holding their organizations back from organizational transformation to becoming better, bigger, more effective and high performance organizations are skill gaps. And in particular, those skill gaps are related to interdisciplinarity, to inability to solve problems across different domains. You solve it within your own profession, but how do you work together to solve complex problems across different areas? How do you synthesize diverse information and bring it together? Are you able to communicate effectively across different areas of an organization within different systems? And systems level thinking, which is a new and emerging area within business and organizational transformation. It's not just the World Economic Forum. OECD Skills Outlook, which is a regularly produced report, says the same thing. It talks about individuals being able to being effective in their operation across all kinds of changing environments, and that requires interdisciplinary adaptability, transferable skills in order to drive success. The Economist publication, which does a regular survey of business leaders, asking them what the future graduates will need, talk about effective cross-border communication, collaboration, intercultural competency skills, being something which currently holds back their businesses from being successful, but that they will need in future graduates going forwards. I'm hoping that ARU and CINEC will, as part of our partnership, be able to work together to create those graduates with international and intercultural competencies. I'm going to take a couple of minutes just to talk to you about a couple of Anglia-Ruskin University initiatives, some of which you might be aware of. First of which is Ruskin modules. We introduced the concept of Ruskin modules, which are standalone modules of a multidisciplinary nature designed around solving complex societal problems, mostly derived from the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. They've been incorporated into all undergraduate programs, and students from any part of the university in any course can work on those modules together. So it might be a student from law mixing with a student from artificial intelligence degree and a medicine student and a fashion design student, all getting together to look at the different perspectives around some so-called wicked problem, which is best solved in an interdisciplinary approach. These modules have been really well received by students who get very excited and engaged with those actively. And they have also won several Green Gown Awards over the last few years, largely because those modules, many of them, are built around aspects of sustainability and a future world, which our students really enjoy engaging with. On the next slide, I'm just going to show you a few of the module titles of some of those modules. They're very plentiful and they're also very diverse. so it can give you a little feel for the kinds of things that students might be able to do together in a Ruskin module. There are students studying interdisciplinary across a range of areas, looking at sustainability, food security, food waste, racism, artificial intelligence and the effect on society, how languages affect the way we think, global pandemics, protection of water, how AI and culture interact with cultural arts and performance interact with each other. A whole big set of modules, and students from across the university work interdisciplinary to study these modules together and to do reports and coursework together looking at these things. And that gives students the ability to work with people that probably wouldn't come across in the rest of their university experience, in other faculties, in other departments across the university. The second area I wanted to mention is around entrepreneurial activity and enterprise. We've set up something called the Enterprise Academy, and what it's really there to do is to support entrepreneurial activity within students across all disciplines and in a multidisciplinary way. So getting students together to design competitions, to do startup support, to start their own businesses, many of whom actually start operating and generating profit while they are still students. And to work on those problems together. And there's a lot of support in place for helping, financial support as well as practical support in helping students to do those things. As a result, we're ranked number 7 in the UK for startup companies. We also received the NECEE Entrepreneurial University Award and several other accolades. The most important thing, however, that's coming from that is not the awards. The most important thing that's coming from it is the stories that our graduates are able to tell about the things that they were involved in setting up these small businesses while they were still a student. You can imagine just how well that's received by employers when they hear that level of enthusiasm and activity coming in a real world way through the interviews that they do when they go into businesses. And it's this that helps many of our students to get good and sometimes excellent graduate employment. So on the final couple of slides, I just want to talk to you quickly about our graduate outcome survey. So that in the UK, the government conducts a survey every year measuring our graduates 15 months after they've graduated to see what kind of role they're in, what salary they're on, have they got a job, or are they doing a degree course which they needed their first degree for, or are they working in McDonald's, for example. And some of the results from our recent graduate outcomes survey were really very thrilling for us. We were ranked number 1 in the east of England for the proportion of graduates who are employed as managers, directors and senior officials within 15 months of graduation. This is particularly thrilling because also in the east of England, including on our doorstep, is one of the most famous and well-reputed universities in the world, the University of Cambridge, where indeed I studied. But the reality is, because we have incorporated interdisciplinary study, because we've given students the ability to have those stories and to get involved in entrepreneurial activity and a range of other activities across the degree, they have been really well received by employers when they go for their job interviews. And as a result, many are employed as managers, directors, and senior officials when they go into work. I'm really thrilled also that the bottom bullet point there, that many of our graduates feel like their work, even 15 months after graduation, is meaningful to them. They're working in a sector where they are finding personal fulfillment out of the job they're doing. They're not working hard now for a job 10 years from now. They are finding meaningful purpose in their job that they're doing very soon after graduating. On my final slide, I wanted to make a quick case for collaboration. I've talked about entrepreneurship and I've talked about interdisciplinarity and the powerful effect that they can have on graduate outcomes. There's one more that I mentioned in the evidence at the very beginning that I haven't yet picked up on, and that is intercultural competency. And I'm really hoping that one of the things that CINEC and ARU can continue to work together on to further drive our graduate successes is by working on intercultural competency. We have students who are studying the same course in two very different cultures and environments. And by finding ways for them to interact with each other online or elsewhere, we will be able to help them build their intercultural competency, perhaps through summer schools, perhaps through online activities and online guest lectures like this one. But there will be ways to find opportunities to help our students build their intercultural competency, both in the UK and in Sri Lanka, and thereby helping them to have even better graduate successes as they go forward. Thank you very much for indulging me in quickly dropping into the topic of interdisciplinarity and graduate student outcomes, and I'm really looking forward to the next time I can visit with you in person. Thank you very much.
We'd like to say a big thank you to Dr. Mark Norrish for sharing those facts and figures with us and for letting us know about the ARU initiatives. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take a quick group photograph with all of you present here. So you don't have to do a lot. All you got to do is just rise from your seats, and our photographers will join us on stage and they will click the photograph. So can we please have the photographers on stage? And in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, can all of you please rise from your seats? You don't have to move from your seats. You just have to give a big smile to the camera. A few more pictures to take. I hope all good. Just one more. All right, thank you very much. Please be seated. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we are very privileged that joining us here today is our chief guest, Professor Rakesh Garg. Now, to introduce our chief guest and share with us his distinguished academic journey, I'd like to invite on stage Professor Ranjit Mahanama, Dean of the Faculty of Sciences.
Very good morning to all of you. It is with great pleasure to introduce Professor Rakesh Garg from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, India. Professor Rakesh received his MBBS from University College of Medical Sciences and MD in Anesthesiology from Maulana Azad Medical College. His research interests are on onco-anesthesiology, critical care, pain and palliative medicine, and at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He is an accomplished clinician, researcher, and excellent educator with expertise in the cancer pain, critical care, airway management, resuscitation, and the clinical research here. He has an impressive record of around 450 national and international publications, 49 book chapters, and extensive experience in scientific peer review and academic leadership. His current H-index is 42, ITA index is 171. He has created with nearly 8,000 citations in reputed index journals. He has also made significant contributions to the development of national CPR and airway management guidance in India, as well as research methodology and professional training in programs. I don't have much time to explain all his credibility. Today he is going to deliver a citation from evidence to the impact research, at least for the safer healthcare. We are truly honored to have him with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me warmly welcoming Professor Rakesh Gag. Podium is yours, sir.
Very good morning, respected chief guest, CINEC leadership, the dignitaries from Sri Lanka and across the world, the researchers, students, fellow colleagues, and friends. Special thanks to the kind invitation for CIRS, which is one of the prestigious event which is being joined by people across the world. And special thanks to Professor Manik and Professor Piumi for inviting me and giving this chance to be part of this thing. So when we talk about the research aspect, we need to understand when we start a research practice, we are just thinking of a good publication. I being the editor-in-chief of journals in the past, as a researcher, if we get our paper published in a good journal, I think we are accomplished. And if it is get cited, we becomes very happy. And to begin with, as a researcher, as a research carrier, we are thinking of starting our H-index from 1 digit to 2 digit, and subsequently, if a core professional practice comes into research, we are targeting somewhere as a 3rd digit in the H-index. But as a researcher, we need to think of, are we happy with all those things, or we need to do something different? What we need to do that when we do a research, is it going to get impact to a common public? Very recently, I took over as editor-chief of World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists, who has 159 member countries across the world. And I was asked to create a curriculum, a teaching academic platform for 159 countries. And when we say 159 countries across the world, whether you talk about demography, whether you talk about geography, whether you talk about their requirement, they're altogether absolutely different. So I was in a fix when I was being interviewed for this post, that how will you create a platform for 159 countries? When we say the WHO very conventionally, they will divide the countries at low-income country, middle-income country, high-income country. But if you go inside the country, whether you talk of Sri Lanka, India, or even the American or any European country, there will be centers which are very well equipped. They have all the infrastructure. They will have state-of-art hospital. But you go in the periphery, there will be still lack of resources, lack of trained manpower, lack of infrastructure. So what we need to do is, if a country, we create some curriculum or some research, will it be applicable across a country? Will it be applicable across our world? And that is what our research should think of. Whatever the valuable research we are thinking of, if it is not going to change the impact, even if you think of the theme of this CIRS, when we're talking about the Synergy Academia and we're talking about bridging the gap, actually this is the gap that we are looking for. We take a lot of sessions for research methodology during the teaching training sessions. And when we say how to do a good research, we talk about PICOT, we talk about FINER, a good research question, PICOT-based, and we talk about certain outcome measures. But when I talk to my patient population, if I say that I'm doing a research on you, you need to give me a consent for the same. And I'm looking for whether this technique will reduce your length of hospital stay by 1 day. Patient will say, but it matters to me. Dr. Saab, you can keep me for another 1 day, but give me the best care. Now, this is the clue that we need to look for when we do our research. The patient perspective, the end user's perspective. He's not looking for reducing the length of hospital stay or an ICU stay by half day or 1 day. And you know, when we do a research, we get a sample size calculation on a primary objective and outcome, and this is what we're looking for, minimally clinically difference. But patient is not worried about it. We say that your post-operative opiate consumption was decreased by 20%. He said, I don't understand it, but I should not have pain in the perioperative period. So now we need to understand this patient perspective for getting something which is very important. Publication is just not an output, but what is required is the patient impact of your research should be some meaningful, some impact. And this is why we are looking for those something called surrogate outcome markers in your research projects to looking for some meaningful patient-centric outcomes. And now moving a step ahead for the last 1 or 2 years, just not patient-centric outcome, but we are looking for community-centric outcome because that person is a part of the community. And that is what we have to look for, the journey from impactful publication with a high index journal to impact on the patient. And that is what we have to look for, that when we develop a research, we need to look for whether it is going to benefit the patient and the community and the nation and the world in some way. And this is what is really required. If you look for the level of hierarchy or the outcome parameters, there could be many, but patient or the end user has to be there somewhere. And this patient-centric approach is moving more towards the safety culture that we need to look for. And this safety culture, when we are talking about the outcome of a research for its impact on the community, if we can improve this safety culture from our research, that becomes very important. And safety can be many. Safety can be based on patient's individual outcome. It could be community-based outcome. It could be economical outcome. Whatever you look for. Even if you look for the WHO data, still we have a lot of things which is hampering the safety of the patient in a perioperative medicine. And hence, we need to look for something which is very beneficial to the patient, just not looking for the hierarchy of evidence. We know, as an academician, as a researcher, as an editor-chief, when we say the hierarchy in a teaching training method, we say the guidelines are the best one. But what happens to a research project? Published in the journal, kept in the bookshelf, patient does not know about it. We translate, we collate some of the researches which is published, do some systematic review and meta-analysis, come up with guidelines. Probably guidelines, if you see the international data, hardly 10 to 20% of guidelines are in fact really implemented into day-to-day life for a clinician. And when these guidelines are being translated into policy, this is what we need to look for. I remember a couple of studies which has brought a big impact in the world from few researches decades back, 5 to 6 decades back. Everybody of you must have remembered that 6 decades back, there used to be a lot of infant mortality rate because of simple diarrhea, and they used to be given hydration and oral rehydration solution. And then came a research from a group of people who said if you add zinc to them, the chances of control of diarrhea becomes faster, and the infant mortality rate comes down. A simple process changing from research to a guideline, to a policy, and to a patient benefit. And similarly, there are many things which has come up. In northern part of India, we have iodine deficiency thyroid disorders. And when the salt was iodinated, the incidence came down. So we have to look for that bigger picture so that we can try to reduce the simple outcomes and removing something called valley of death, because we are missing so many aspects so that these researches are not coming into real-time scenario. And that's why we have to move from a traditional view of adding some knowledge by doing research, but this research has to be implemented into various steps for benefiting the patient, and that is what even the World Health Organization has looked for, the changes that needs to be brought at. We also need to look for that the research which is coming up, how this can improve further aspects into the patient delivery, patient safety, and patient long-term outcome. And this is one of the very important parameters which is coming up. When we talk about research, we are usually looking for short-term outcome from the research aspects, maybe 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year follow-up. But there are many hidden impact of the research which is not being elaborated in the research for its long-term outcome. We have to look for the next generation. The nice session of involvement of ALGA for our fossil fuel depletion. We are looking for the next generation. I know that for next 20, 30, 40 years, there will be sufficient petrol and diesel and CNGs and maybe EV vehicles will be available. But what about our next generation? Will they get it? And that's why this type of science which is coming is really commendable, because we need to sustain not only generation, but the next coming generation. And similarly, this should have impact on our research projects also. We should look for what is going to happen. So what we need to look for is something much bigger, something much on a bigger prospect, so that we can start thinking of research projects which are really impacting the outcome on a bigger platform. Now, similarly, when we talk about the outcome measures of your research, I'll just leave it with this last slide with you. When we say we want to do a research, we have to move on from research on patients to research with patients. And this is coming in a big way. If you see last 3-4 years, especially when you talk of medical science, the research are with the patients. Everybody remembers randomized controlled trial, retrospective analysis, but what about the pragmatic trials? If I ask you, some of you, can you raise your hands, how many of you are involved into pragmatic trials? All right, so I just leave it to at this point of time. When we do a research, you remember one of the important aspects of research is sampling, and then you say inclusion, exclusion criteria, and you try to restrict it. As an editor-in-chief, when I see these articles, I say, they have removed this group of patients, this cohort of patients, this group of people. The outcome is hardly applicable to 10% of my population. What about 90%? Who would think for them? And this is what is the generation now, that we have to move from those restricted study designs to something called pragmatic trials, which are real-time trials. Because finally, the outcome of research has to be applicable into the community. Working in a tertiary care center, almost 90% of patients that I receive are sick patients. But if I see a research, 90% of those sick patients are excluded from the research sampling methods. So how should I decide that this is the best technique, this is the best option? And this is what we have to bring a change into our research portfolio now. We have to bring in something which is applicable to community. And President 7th CINEC was talking about innovation, invention, and something adding to the portfolio which is coming out of the research. Though we call it research, but actually research is now being exploded into something newer things. And I'm so happy the younger generations, they are so involved into entrepreneurship, inventions, discoveries, and they are just making small companies and bringing up new things, and this is actually required. And why I'm saying so? The reason is simple. Each one of us has different taste, isn't it? Some like something, some does not like that particular thing. But both the things are good because they are liked by different people, so they're not bad. Similarly, when we talk about a patient care or applicability of a research, each person's genetic profile is different. And if we put in the medical science, we say a tailor-made medicine, or if you have heard the word called precision medicine or individualized care. And this tailor-made medicine or precision medicine or individualized care will only come when we come up with something, some new invention, some new discoveries, some new tools that can help us to guide individual care to a particular group of population, to a particular group of cohort. If we can provide that, this will be really, that day will be really important aspects. Now people are doing genetic profiling. Once we have a genetic profiling, our group did some study on identification of the opiate requirements in different genetic profile patients. We know that we understood if we give opiate to one particular patient, they get drowsy, they get not so much effect. But if we have those things, probably we will have better care to our patients. So I will just maybe challenge or ask the researcher community through this platform of CIRS, look on a broader vision, just not a primary outcome measure. Look that your research is going to impact the whole community, probably the whole world, and how this research can be implemented in a bigger platform, that will be really useful. Thank you once again for your kind invite for this impactful CIRS, and I wish you all the best for a wonderful Congress, and I'm sure in coming times we'll be hearing more impactful research from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that truly enriching address. We are truly grateful to you, and we'd like to show that gratitude by presenting a token of appreciation to you. So to do the honors, may I invite Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Deputy President and Deputy CEO, CINEC Campus, Senior Professor T.P. Veeraratne, Dean, Faculty of Medicine and Senior Professor in Medicine, Honorary Consultant Physician, Professorial Medical Unit, Teaching Hospital, Karapitiya, accompanied by Senior Professor and Chair Manik Hettihewa. We'd like to invite you on stage to present the plaque and token of appreciation to our distinguished chief guest. Thank you very much once again, Professor Rakesh Gaj. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for him. He has joined us all the way in Sri Lanka from India. And thank you so much, sir, for sharing those insights with us. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to give our minds a little break because even the best researchers need to recharge. So we are now heading on to a short tea break. So we hope you get the maximum out of this opportunity to connect with one another and refresh. We will reconvene our proceedings in 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So if you feel like you want more than 10 minutes to enjoy your tea, please feel free to bring your tea and refreshments back to your seat. We will be back in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, we hope you enjoy the break.
In an industry where safety, efficacy, and compliance are paramount, precision testing isn't just a requirement, it's the cornerstone of consumer trust. At Athena Analytics, we deliver actionable insights through world-class chemical testing and advanced analytical solutions, ensuring your products meet the highest global standards. Our comprehensive services cover every stage of the product lifecycle. We specialize in pharmaceutical analysis, cosmetics testing, raw ingredient verification, and finished product evaluation. Additionally, our dedicated water analysis services ensure full environmental and chemical compliance across your operational pipeline. To guarantee exceptional accuracy, our laboratory is powered by state-of-the-art instrumentation. Our technical facility features ICP-MS, GC-MS, UHPLC, HPLC, and FTR spectrometers. For complex matrix preparation and automated testing, we utilize microwave digesters alongside advanced potentiometric and Karl Fischer titrators. Where others reach their limits, Athena Analytics stands out. We excel in ultra-low chemical entity detection, offering specialized testing for residual solvents, trace impurities, and nitrosamine compounds. Whether managing high-sensitivity screening or complex regulatory submissions, our specialized capabilities ensure unmatched trace-level detection. Driven by scientific expertise and working actively towards ISO IEC 17025-2017 accreditation, our team is committed to delivering fast, reliable, and uncompromised testing services. Athena Analytics, elevating analytical precision, empowering your quality assurance. Contact us today to secure your testing pipeline.
Scientific advancement, where discovery takes flight, lies the foundation of every breakthrough, the laboratory. Welcome to BioSafe Lab Technologies, home to BioSafe and Lab Design, Sri Lanka's leading name in shaping the future of science with high-quality laboratory equipment, furniture, and complete turnkey solutions. For over a decade, we've been more than builders. We've been partners in life science research and innovation, empowering scientific exploration through intelligent design, enduring materials, and flawless execution. We don't just construct labs, we cultivate environments where inspiration thrives and boundaries are pushed. As a proud subsidiary of Avon Pharmachem, Sri Lanka's leading and most reputed laboratory supplier, BioSafe is heir to a tradition of excellence. We combine the rigor of engineering with a deep, compassionate insight into the complex requirements of scientists, committed researchers, and visionary educators. Our parent company, Avon, has one compelling mission: to inspire the science community. With BioSafe and Lab Design, we live this mission, carefully crafting every laboratory as a reflection of this passion. At BioSafe, we start by listening. Our experts travel to sites and consult. We work together with you to define your vision, goals, and constraints. From this foundation, we create precise estimates, offer material consultation, and craft innovative layouts. We prioritize effective workflow, safety, and future scalability. We produce our laboratory furniture under the close supervision of our architects and engineers in our BioSafe new factory. Guarantees uncompromising quality throughout, allows us to have very short turnaround times, and enables us to provide tailored solutions that meet and often surpass stringent international standards. Whether it's a dynamic university campus, a critical hospital laboratory, a pioneering research facility, or a globally recognized pharmaceutical company, Lab Design delivers on its promise, on time, every time. Our installation services are characterized by precision, professionalism, and a commitment to being minimally disruptive to your ongoing operations. With a continually growing portfolio of completed projects throughout Sri Lanka and beyond our shores, our clients trust us with their requirements. Why? Because we create laboratories that don't merely fulfill exacting specifications. They quite literally bring possibilities to life and speed discovery. Our clients enjoy our universally acclaimed flexible customization and extremely competitive pricing policies, entirely committed to total compliance and operational excellence worldwide. Are you envisioning your next state-of-the-art lab space? Here's precisely why Lab Design should be your first, decisive call. Your complete partner. A seamless, one-stop solution, guiding you from initial consultation to final completion. Uncompromised quality and speed. Sri Lanka's exclusive in-house manufacturing guarantees superior craftsmanship and efficient project timelines. Designs tailored to discovery. Custom designed spaces meticulously engineered for your unique scientific pursuits. A legacy of trust. Endorsed by leading institutions and pioneering companies, both in Sri Lanka and internationally. Global reach. Local expertise. Export-ready services with comprehensive end-to-end logistical support, wherever your research takes you. Embark on your journey toward a safer, smarter, and more inspiring laboratory. Visit us at www.biosafe.lk or explore our group's extensive capabilities at www.avonpc.com. BioSafe Lab Technologies. Lab design by Avon. Because the future of science deserves the best foundation. Design. Building Inspire.
Sunshine Holdings plc has been contributing to nation building for nearly 6 decades and today stands as a leading conglomerate with operations in healthcare, consumer goods and agribusiness, serving millions across Sri Lanka. Its renowned brands Zesta, Watawala Tea, Rankahata, Dane Tea and Healthguard stand as trusted symbols of excellence. Built on integrity, perseverance and reliability, Sunshine is committed to sustainable growth while delivering long-term value to stakeholders. With innovation and a passion for improving lives, Sunshine continues to bring good things to life.
Nestled in the heart of Kandy, the University of Peradeniya stands as a beacon of academic excellence and environmental stewardship. In the groundbreaking initiative, the university has harnessed the power of the sun with the state-of-the-art 1.5 megawatt solar installation. This project features 2,612 solar panels strategically placed across the Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Arts, and Faculty of Medicine of the university. By embracing renewable energy, the University of Peradeniya is making a significant impact on the environment.
This is Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, the oldest university in the country. This university started in 1942. We developed a proposal containing 5 themes. In that, the Centenary Development Plan, the first item has been the Green University. We initiated the documentary work in 2023 in that Centenary Development Plan. Haley's Solar of the Haley's Fentons matched best the criteria given by the university, and therefore that was selected to carry out this. Their operations towards the latter part of October last year, and within a couple of months they managed to complete the first phase of the project. As a company, they did a professional job with safety taking into account, and installation monitored by a separate team and audited by a separate team, and I'm happy the way that they conducted the installations of the system.
This solar installation not only reduced their carbon footprint, but also positions them as a leader for sustainable practices in higher education. To learn more about our renewable energy measures, contact us at 0112-102-102.
Discover South Asia's most extraordinary parkland, where the Emerald Standard defines a new era of luxury living. At Central Park Boulevard, Port City, Colombo, where 40 acres of breathtaking, lush green parkland and scenic waterways create a world unlike any other. Discover 640 exquisitely crafted residences, commercial and recreational spaces across 37 levels, designed to redefine modern high-rise living. Indulge in extraordinary experiences above the city. Unwind in a floating sky pool above the skyline. Dine among the clouds at a star-class restaurant. Walk across an iconic sky bridge connecting twin towers with panoramic views of the ocean beyond. An exclusive address unlike any other. Brought to life at the heart of Port City, Colombo. Central Park Boulevard, Port City, Colombo. Live at the best park in South Asia. A project by Homelands. In the hallowed pages of time, where stories are etched, there exists a legacy that transcends the ordinary. This is the story of Hemsons International. Our journey began over 7 decades ago, in a world where innovation was stitched to the fabric of every experiment, and the pursuit of excellence was not a choice, but a way of life. From these humble beginnings, we evolved. Yet, at the heart of our evolution, a commitment remained unwavering. As we expanded our reach, Hemsons developed a suite of specialized services designed to empower and elevate our clients. From initial project consultation to the final installation, our expert team ensures seamless integration of advanced laboratory solutions. Our drive for innovation is matched by our commitment to quality. Certified to the highest standards, we equip industries across Sri Lanka and international markets with tools that redefine what's possible in laboratories and medical facilities. So, as we unveil our legacy, we do so with a promise to continue pioneering progress for a sustainable tomorrow, ensuring that every solution we offer enhances the communities and industries we serve. Hemsons, shaping tomorrow's standards.
Standards, the cornerstone on which you've built your legacy. It's taken a lifetime of discipline, dedication, and discretion. We understand. That's why we are redefining the standards of private banking. Because we know your standards will only get higher and higher and higher. Unlock a higher standard of private banking. Sampath Bank Private Banking. More begins here.
The best healthcare solutions in the world can help Sri Lankan people live a healthy and happy life. George Stewart Health. We believe in living well. Exercise your right to a healthy life and an aesthetic physique with GS Sports. Stores now open in Madivela and Gore Road, Colombo 3. Rapidax.
Experience the freedom from pain. Now available at island-wide pharmacies and supermarket outlets.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to reconvene our proceedings in 5 minutes. So we'd like to request everyone to take their seats. We are going to begin the proceedings once again in 5 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, please be kind enough to take your seats and settle down. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope all of you had a refreshing tea break, and we are now ready to reconvene our formalities here at the CINEC International Research Symposium 2026. Now, we are going to kickstart our proceedings after the break with a segment that takes everything we have discussed and learned so far which will bring together all the discussions about research, innovation, collaboration, and impact, and take it beyond the walls of academia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nexora, the Industry Academia Synergy Zone 2026. This segment celebrates partnerships and innovations that come alive when academia meets industry, and we have quite a lot to celebrate. First, we are pleased to announce that we are taking the very first step towards making a wonderful collaboration with the Kuthalavada Defence University a reality. And for this exchange, I'd like to invite KDU Lieutenant Commander Chandrasiri and PMKC Chandimal, Commander Sri Lanka Navy, Head of the Department of Maritime Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, KDU. And representing CINEC campus, I'd like to invite Captain Ajit Thiris, President and CEO, Captain Peshula Madagama, Vice President, and Chief Engineer Arjuna Ranasinghe, Dean, Faculty of Marine Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we are joined by the representatives from both educational institutions, we are now going to proceed with the handing over of the Memorandum of Understanding between CINEC and KDU. Let's put our hands together as this exchange happens. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the very first step towards a wonderful collaboration between CINEC campus and the Kuthalavada Defence University. While we request Captain Ajit Thiris to please remain on stage. Sir, please remain on stage. And we'd like to thank the rest of the dignitaries for joining us on stage for this exchange. You may please take your seats now. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to announce a new collaboration between Bialoom Islands and CINEC, introducing an innovative, personalized cosmetics platform that combines skin diagnostics, microbiome and DNA-based insights with biosensing and Internet of Things technologies to deliver truly individualized skincare formulations. We are proud to launch a personalized cosmetics platform developed through this collaboration between CINEC and Bialoom, bringing together science, technology and personal care in an innovative way. Now, before we proceed with the launch, let's take a closer look at the idea behind it. Let's take a look at the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the launch of this website, and we'd like to also invite Professor Sampath Amaratunga, accompanied by Senior Professor and Chair Manik Hettihewa, and from Bialoom, CEO of Bialoom Islands, Dr. Lalinka Hera, to join us on stage as we mark this special moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time for this incredible launch. This is the launch of a new personalized cosmetics platform, and this is between CINEC campus and Bialoom Islands. Now, of course, it's going to take a few moments to click a few photographs. I hope we are done. And with that, we'd like to say thank you very much to the dignitaries on stage. Thank you very much. You may please take your seats now. And ladies and gentlemen, we continue with another important milestone. Today we are proud to recognize 3 projects completed by the Faculty of Engineering, each contributing towards real-world industry applications. The first project, Vision-Based Defect Detection System. In collaboration with Prim Intimates Lanka Private Limited, a vision-based system was developed to automate defect detection in raw belt production, improving accuracy, reducing inspection time, and enhancing production efficiency. A prototype was successfully demonstrated at the company. And our next project is an automated guided vehicle, AGV, for material handling. In response to the requirements of Prim Intimates Lanka, an AGV solution was designed to automate the transportation of sewing materials between production stages, reducing manual handling and improving workflow efficiency. The complete system was designed and successfully demonstrated through a simulation. And our final project under this segment, completed by the Faculty of Engineering, is an AI-based aluminium window frame profile selection tool in collaboration with International Construction Consortium, Sri Lanka. The Department of Civil Engineering developed an AI-based software platform to support an intelligent selection of aluminium window frame profiles based on engineering, architectural and performance requirements. The platform is currently undergoing final validation and refinement. So we'd like to congratulate everyone involved. So shall we put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break from our Nexora segment because now we are moving on to another significant segment of today's program, and that is the address by Professor Gishan Dissanayake, Dean of Cambridge Judge Business School. So as CIRS brings together diverse voices and perspectives, we are really delighted to welcome him on stage. So with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Gishan Dissanayake.
Good morning, everyone. Chairman, distinguished officials, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great delight to be here with you in Colombo. Now, there is a rather striking coincidence about today's date. It's exactly 16 years ago that Sri Lanka bade farewell to one of its most successful innovators, Mr. Ray Wijewardena. Mr. Ray Wijewardena died exactly 16 years ago. Now, Ray was born in Colombo. He came up to Cambridge, and while he was in the UK, he studied not one field of engineering, but 3. He studied aeronautical engineering, mechanical engineering, and agricultural engineering. And he went on, as you may know, to be an inventor, a farmer, an aviator, and a pioneer in sustainable agriculture and energy. In other words, Ray refused to remain within a set of boundaries. He refused to be only in one single discipline. And that seems to me a very appropriate place to begin a symposium whose theme is Bridging Academic Synergy for National Progress. Ray understood something that academics can sometimes forget. The world's most important and challenging problems know no boundaries, nor do their solutions. Now, at Cambridge Judge Business School, which is where I am from, it is the faculty at the University of Cambridge which focuses on business and management. We have recently decided on 3 themes, cross-cutting themes: innovation, responsible business, and leadership in a turbulent world, where the turbulence frames everything we do. It is innovation even with turbulence around us. It's about how we remain responsible even with turbulence around us and how we lead. Now, the turbulence comes not only from geopolitics, but also from technological disruptions. We've heard earlier in the day about AI, but AI is only one of them. So there are huge changes going on, and it's about how we as a business school prepare students for this more challenging world. Now, I think these areas that we have chosen are relevant not just for the business school, but for many countries, many companies, including Sri Lanka. So let me begin with innovation. So if you study the history of humankind, you will find that many of the great ideas and innovations were born out of uncertainty and adversity. It came because people found solutions to challenges which they saw. Some great innovations of the 20th century actually found their origins in World War II. So, when you look at the world that we live in now, whether you're living in Sri Lanka or living in the Western world, you would see a lot of uncertainty around you, and you could sometimes feel despondent, thinking all these uncertainties make for an uncertain future, especially for our young people. On the other hand, we should take comfort from the fact that in the past, periods like this have brought great innovations as well. And that's a key message that I like to convey. We seem to be living through a period of great uncertainty, as we know. And this turbulence is not something that only affects small companies and small countries. Actually, this turbulence is affecting the largest of companies and the most established of countries as well. There isn't a single organization anywhere in the world or any country that can be oblivious to all the changes that are going on. If you just stick to what you know and think that the past is enough to rely on, that's a recipe for disaster. In the course of my work, I meet CEOs of some of the largest corporations in the world. I can tell you that they are concerned. They can't just rely on the fact that they've been at the top of their pile in the last so many years. Just the other day, I was having lunch with somebody extremely senior at Google. And I asked him, so you work for Google, one of these technological giants, and you think in the world, companies like Google are very secure. So I asked him, are you secure? Do you ever worry about all the changes going on? His answer was every single day. Because out there, it will only take a small company to come up with an idea and make Google irrelevant. So the message here is that this kind of turbulence affects all, not only the small. So in some ways, it creates great opportunities too for the small, because you can take on established players, whether they are countries or companies. So these kind of technologies create new opportunities, but they also create more challenges. Consider artificial intelligence. AI presents extraordinary opportunities, as we've learned. It can potentially raise productivity, accelerate scientific discovery, improve healthcare and education, transform public services, and enable entirely new businesses and industries to start. But it can also be profoundly disruptive. So take one area of relevance to Sri Lanka. So this country has been very successful in creating quite a few IT businesses, and several businesses that have really expanded because Western corporations have outsourced some of their activities to countries like Sri Lanka. Business process outsourcing. So these kinds of companies have really been successful because they've been able to exploit the relatively low cost base that Sri Lanka offered. So we were really successful in telling these Western companies that we can help you by offering a lower cost base. So that has worked for us thus far, but can we rely on that going forward? That's a challenge, because AI coupled with robotics is going to enable some of these Western corporations to, in a sense, avoid business process outsourcing and produce even in their countries. In some ways, with the right-wing governments that these countries are seeing, it also helps them politically because they are not taking business away. So what is our answer in Sri Lanka if this kind of trend persists? I don't say that I have the answer, but it is precisely this kind of question that companies, governments, educational institutions like yours should be working together to discover what the next source of comparative advantage is going to be. It may not be just offering low costs. There are many other countries can do that too. So I think in this new world that we are going to inhabit, we may have to think more carefully about where comparative advantage will come. It may come from very deep knowledge, the kind of knowledge that AI cannot deliver, a great understanding of human beings, human interaction, creating trust, creating accountability. All these areas will probably help us much more. And so it is an opportunity for Sri Lanka to rethink how we will address those issues. So that brings me to my second area, responsibility. The question should not be simply how quickly can we adopt AI or other technologies. We also have to ask, how do we assume that people can participate in the opportunities that come? What happens to those jobs that will vanish? What new industries or forms of work can we create? So even in the West, this is an issue. Because if people feel they're outside the system, it leads to political discord as well. So it's an issue which is relevant to the West, it's an issue that's relevant to us as well. We can have economic progress, but if the people don't share in it, it can lead to political and social problems too. And finally, leadership in a turbulent world. Leadership in conditions like these cannot mean processing or making decisions with perfect information. In fact, in most real-life situations, we have to make decisions with incomplete information. And today, that is probably very relevant. Because in the world of Donald Rumsfeld, there are many unknown unknowns now. And so we will, as leaders, have to make decisions without having all the information. We might get it wrong sometimes, but perhaps we can become better at making that kind of decision. So making decisions with good, imperfect information is a skill set we have to create for our students. This is where educational institutions like yours are relevant. The leaders we now need must be very fluent in technology at one end, but they must possess exceptional human judgment, excellent human interaction, the ability to create trust, and the ability to be accountable. So AI may come in many ways, but you still need a human being to be accountable and responsible. And that part is an area we have to inculcate in our students. So let me now return to Ray Vijayawardena. Perhaps his greatest lesson for us is not any particular invention. It is the way he approached problems. He did not ask whether a problem belonged to engineering, agriculture, business, or environmental science. He asked what the problem was, and then drew upon whatever subject that was relevant to answer that problem with a solution. That surely is the spirit of this symposium. The problems we face do not respect disciplinary boundaries. Academics should not be constrained by those boundaries. And if we can bridge those boundaries between disciplines, between academia and industry, and between knowledge and action, then turbulence need not simply be something we endure. It can become the catalyst for the next generation of Sri Lankan innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing those valuable insights and perspectives with us. We're truly grateful for your presence here, and to show our appreciation, we'd like to present you with a token of appreciation. And to do the honors, I'd like to invite Admiral Thisara Samarasinghe, Senior Consultant, CINEC Campus, accompanied by Senior Professor and Chair Manik Hettihewa. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Professor Gishan Dissanayake, for gracing this occasion with your presence. We'd like to thank our dignitaries on stage. You may please take your seats in the audience. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward with our next SORA segment, the Industry and Academia Synergy Zone. And we start off by celebrating another special partnership. We are pleased to welcome on board Frela International Private Limited, a Sri Lankan natural skincare brand inspired by the island's rich Ayurvedic heritage. To give you a better understanding about Frela, let us now take a look at the screen for a short video before we move on to the official exchange. We now move on to the handing over of the Memorandum of Understanding between CINEC and Frela International Private Limited. Representing CINEC, may I invite Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, accompanied by Dr. Kalpani Ratnayake, Head of Department of Cosmetic Sciences, Faculty of Health Sciences. Let's put our hands together as they join us up, ladies and gentlemen. And we'd also like to invite, representing Frela International Private Limited, Dr. Sudath Hodaguda, founder of Frela. And since Dr. Sudath is not here with us, we'd like to, yes, he is here, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, we'd like to invite all of our dignitaries on stage. We also invite Admiral Thisara Samarasinghe, Senior Consultant, CINEC Campus. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as they join us up. This is the start of a valuable partnership between CINEC Campus and Frela International Private Limited. Thank you very much to our dignitaries on stage. You may please take your seats in the audience. So many partnerships and collaborations coming to life today, ladies and gentlemen. And next, we are proud to be partnering up with Laughs, a name that needs little introduction in the Sri Lankan industry landscape. And today, we are thrilled to formally acknowledge this collaboration between Laughs and the Faculty of Management and Social Sciences at CINEC as part of Nexora, because every meaningful industry partnership creates new possibilities for learning, research, innovation, and impact. So let's put our hands together for this partnership between Laughs and CINEC campus as well, ladies and gentlemen. Now moving on, we have a story that brings the meaning of beyond a graduate to life. Charmika Prashan is a second-year student of the Faculty of Management, and he comes from a family with a long-standing involvement in the cinnamon industry. And rather than simply being part of the family business, he asked a very important question. How can I create more value from what my family has already built? That question led him to develop a new cinnamon-based product. And this is no longer simply an academic idea, ladies and gentlemen. The product is now being successfully commercialized. So we have a short video prepared for you. Let's take a look at the screen now.
The history of cinnamon runs back to about 2800 BC, where ancient Chinese writings identify it as kwai. In the Bible, in ancient Rome, where Moses prepares his anointing oil, cinnamon was used as a key ingredient. By the 14th and 15th centuries, as a precious spice, cinnamon was already being used in the West, while as a preservative, it was primarily used in the storage of meat. While quests for cinnamon led European explorations, travels Asian seas, the real cinnamon was produced only in one place, Ceylon, or in modern-day terms, Sri Lanka. True cinnamon is native to Sri Lanka.
Every great story begins somewhere. Ours began with the soil of Sri Lanka, a land where cinnamon is more than a spice. It is a part of our heritage. From the hands that nurture it, to the world that values it, we believe there is more to cinnamon than what meets the eye. So we started with something simple, to take what our land gives us and give it a greater place in the world. This is not the end of our journey. It is only the beginning. Cinnamon Slan Belora, from our roots to the world.
Now, for the official handing over of the product, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Taranga Gamage, Vice President, CINEC Campus. And I'd like to also invite Professor Lalit Edri Singha, Dean, Faculty of Management and Social Sciences. And we, of course, invite Charmika Prashan as well to join us on stage. And this is for the official handing over of the product, signifying it being successfully commercialized. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Charmika Prashan. It's a brand new venture for him as well as his family, and this is definitely a proud moment for CINEC Campus. And once again, congratulations to Charmika Prashan. We'd like to thank our dignitaries on stage. You may please take your seats now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our industry partnerships continue to grow. Our next collaboration is with Sunshine Holdings Private Limited, with whom CINEC has already entered into a memorandum of understanding. Today we mark that partnership by formally handing over the signed MOUs. Representing CINEC, may I invite Dr. Ajit Madura Peruma, Consultant, Academic Affairs and Research, CINEC Campus, accompanied by Ms. Pamini Kuragama, Head of the Department of Health and Medical Sciences, Faculty of Sciences. And representing Sunshine Holdings, we are pleased to welcome Ms. Yashani Vanya Bandara, Assistant Manager, Talent Acquisition. Let's put our hands together as they join us up, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's time for the official handing over, the official exchange of the MOU. So congratulations to both organizations, Sunshine Holdings and CINEC Campus. And now we come to what I believe is a particularly meaningful moment in this segment. We are proud to present the findings of the final year research projects conducted by the first batch of MSc in Pharmaceutical Sciences students, Department of Postgraduate Studies, Faculty of Health Sciences. These students have taken their research one step further by developing their findings into a concept paper with the aim of initiating further work and exploring how these research outcomes can contribute to the field. So this is research moving towards action. We are honored to have with us the chairman of NMRA, Mr. Arjuna Padmaperuma, and it is our privilege to hand over these concept papers to him. So I'd like to invite Mr. Arjuna Padmaperuma, Acting Director Regulatory, accompanied by CIRS 2026 Chairperson, Senior Professor and Chair Manik Hetiheva, to join us on stage for this special occasion. And to our first batch of MSc in Pharmaceutical Sciences students, Department of Postgraduate Studies, Faculty of Health Sciences, this is definitely a moment to be proud of. You're taking the next step towards turning research into action. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now recognize the dedication, hard work and potential of these students as we witness the handover of their concept papers. We now begin with the first concept paper titled Comparative Analysis of Pharmaceutical Pricing Regulations in Sri Lanka and Selected International Models, Implications for Policy Reform and Medicine Affordability by Veerasekara Mudyanselage Niluka Veerasekara, Head Medicines Regulatory Division. We'd like to invite Ms. Niluka to please join us on stage and hand over the concept paper to Mr. Arjuna Padmaperuma. Congratulations to Ms. Niluka. Next, we have the concept paper titled Capacity Utilization in the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Industry in Sri Lanka, a Mixed Methods Analysis of Systemic Constraints by Valipitiya Pathiranage Vasana Dhammika Valipitiya, Head Borderline Products Regulatory Division, NMRA. Congratulations to Ms. Vasana as well. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have the concept paper titled Data-Driven Insights into Cosmetic Product Registrations, Trends and Risk Profiling from Sri Lanka by Senadiraja Shirley Shobya, Head Medical Devices Regulatory Division, NMRA. I'd like to invite Ms. Udeshika on behalf of Ms. Shobya to hand over the concept paper to Mr. Arjuna Padmaperuma since Ms. Shobya is not here with us. Congratulations to Ms. Shirley Shobya as well. And moving on to our final concept paper titled Needs Assessment and Development of a Validated Risk-Based Audit Toolkit to Strengthen Medical Device Regulatory Oversight in Sri Lanka by Kalubo Vilage Ruvani Shalika Neela Naini Pharmaceutical Assessor NMRA. With that, as we come to the end of this segment, we'd like to thank our dignitaries on stage. You may please take your seats in the audience. Now, before we proceed with the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a rather exciting and interesting segment. Earlier, at the very beginning of Nexora, we launched a personalized cosmetics platform with BioLoom. So now it's time for us to take a closer look at BioLoom, and I'd like to invite a representative of BioLoom Islands to please join us on stage and do the honors. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as she joins us up. This is BioLoom.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And there's a very frequent question we ask at BioLoom Islands. What if the technology we wear could understand our biology, not just the movements? Today, the most wearable devices count steps, monitor heart rate, or track sleep, but the next generation of wearables may go further to a level that they are able to directly interact with our skin, sweat, and other biological signals to understand what is exactly happening inside our bodies in real time. This is where we introduce a concept we call precision aesthetic biosensing for the first time in Sri Lanka. Imagine a cosmetic patch, a headband, a skin sticker, or even a beauty accessory that does more than looking attractive. What if they could actually detect biomarkers associated with skin condition, hydration, inflammation, oxidative stress, hormonal changes, environmental exposure, or other physiological processes? And then imagine using these biological information to provide personalized cosmetic wellness recommendations specifically for you, because our skin is not identical, our metabolism is not identical, and of course, our exposure to sunlight, pollution, stress, diet, and lifestyle is not identical. So why should we label a personal care solution for always be one size fits all? At BioLoom Islands, we are exploring the convergence of synthetic biology, biosensor engineering, wearable technology, artificial intelligence, and cosmetic science to develop what we describe as personalized aesthetic wearable biosensing system. Bit of a long term, but still an interesting topic. And this creates an entirely new interface between biology and our everyday life. Importantly, we do not see this as just another electronic device. We see it as a part of a broader movement toward bio-integrated technology. Technologies designed around the biology of an individual. And this is particularly an exciting topic for countries like Sri Lanka. At BioLoom Islands, our vision is therefore to bring advanced biology out of the laboratory and translate it into technologies that people can actually interact with. From wearable biosensors to personalized cosmetics, precision wellness, environmental sensing, and intelligent biological systems. We believe the future of biotechnology will increasingly become something that people can wear, experience, and use in their everyday lives. Perhaps the future of cosmetics may not ask you what is the product you're wearing today, and instead, what is your biology telling us today? So, And that is the future we are excited to explore at Bialum Islands. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lead Science Outreach Officer from Bialum Islands. It's a pleasure to talking to you all.
A big thank you goes to Ms. Udani Senanayake, Lead Science Outreach Officer at Bialum Islands. Ladies and gentlemen, we celebrated so many partnerships and collaborations today during the Nexora segment. So this is the whole purpose of having this segment. These ideas are moving. They're moving from the laboratories to the industry, from classrooms to communities. So I think all the collaborations, partnerships, and everyone who worked hard behind the scenes deserve a big, big round of applause. Let's put our hands together for all of them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And we now move on to another exciting segment of CIRS 2026, and that is the 3-minute thesis recognition and presentation. Today, we recognize those who rose to that challenge and emerged as the 3MT winners. Now it's time for us to listen to this 3-minute winning presentation. So please welcome on stage Dr. Samanmali Upekshri Kankanamge, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. She is a 3MT winner at CIRS 2026. Let's put our hands together as we welcome her for her presentation.
Good morning, respected guests and everyone. So, in Sri Lanka, many people are struggling with rising cost of medicines. Have you ever wondered why these medicines are so expensive? Many of us assume that cost of the drug directly linked with the active drug itself, but it's not. The significant portion of the cost could be linked with the other ingredients used to produce these medicines. These other ingredients are known as excipients. One of the most commonly used excipients in producing tablets and capsules is maize starch. Sri Lanka, like developing countries, are heavily dependent on importing this maize starch, allocating high budget for the importation cost, thereby increasing the medicine production cost and finally increasing the price of the medicine in the local market as well. So, my research asks a simple question. Can we replace this imported maize starch using this starch from the plants that grow right here in Sri Lanka? To find the answer, I selected 6 types of starch-rich plants that grow abundantly in Sri Lanka, including red and white rice varieties, lotus seeds and water lily seeds, Chinese potato, and 5-leaf yams. I extracted starches from these plants and converted them to pre-gelatinized, acetylated, and oxidized starches to improve their flowability, compressibility, and overall quality. And after that, I assess their quality parameters as per the pharmacopoeia. Thereafter, I use these starches as a binder, disintegrant in formulating paracetamol 500 tablets and assess their quality parameter as per the pharmacopoeia. Thereafter, I find the results was very encouraging. I was able to obtain more than 50% of starch yield by increase more than from all these plants, and thereafter, most importantly, I saw that formulated tablets and capsules complied with the pharmacopoeia specifications. So, from these findings, we can see the potential to produce suitable starches within the country and to replace this imported maize starch. Thereby, we can cut down the importation cost and reduce the medicine production cost, and finally, we can make the medicine more affordable to the community. So my take-home message is, finding a solution to a national challenge is not that something we need to import. There are solutions that we can find in our own backyard. So as a researcher, it is our duty to find that best solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kankan Amge, for that wonderful 3-minute presentation. And now we'd like to proceed with the recognitions of the winners of the 3MT. To present the prizes for the winners, first up, I'd like to invite Ms. Taranga Gamake, Vice President, CINEC Campus, accompanied by Dr. Piyumi Vasana, Co-Chairperson, CIRS 2026. So first, we'd like to present the prizes to the winner of the 3MT recognition segment. And we invite Dr. Kankan Amge to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the cash prize of 100,000 rupees for the winner has been sponsored by Sisley Hanaro & Care Private Limited. And to present the cash prize, I'd like to invite Mr. Mohit, Chemical Engineer at Sisley Hanaro & Care Private Limited. This is the winner of the 3MT segment, ladies and gentlemen. So congratulations to Dr. Kankan Amge. Congratulations to the winner once again. We wish you all the very best. With that, I'd like to thank our dignitaries on stage. You may please take your seats now. And now I'd like to invite the first runner-up of the 3MT competition, CIRS 2026, Ms. Vatuthantrige Pulmini Milanika Alves from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura to please join us on stage. And to present the award, I'd like to invite Mrs. Harini Jayasinghe, Director, NSHE Division, Ministry of Education, Higher Education and Vocational Education, accompanied by Mr. Sadiq Fernando, Lecturer, Department of Cosmetic Sciences, CINEC Campus. We'd also like to invite Professor Tamara to join us on stage to present the award to our first runner-up. Once again, we'd like to invite Professor Tamara and Mr. Sadiq Fernando to join us up. We are presenting the prize for the first runner-up of the 3MT competition. Congratulations to Ms. Vatuthantrige Pulmini Milanika Alves from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. The cash prize of 50,000 for the first runner-up will be given by Mr. Marishan Rohit, Chemical and Process Engineer at Avon Pharmachem Private Limited. Can we please have on stage Mr. Marishan Rohit, Chemical and Process Engineer, Avon Pharmachem Private Limited. So once again, congratulations to our first runner-up. We thank our dignitaries on stage as well. And all the very best to you. And we move on to presenting the award for the second runner-up of the 3MT competition. The second runner-up is Ms. KMGY Sewandi from Open University of Sri Lanka. And to present the certificate, we'd like to invite Dr. Ajit Madura Peruma, Consultant Academic Affairs and Research, CINEC Campus. We also invite Ms. Suhashini Silva, Head of the Department of Biomedical Sciences, Faculty of Health Sciences, CINEC Campus, on behalf of Innovative Structures Design Private Limited to give our winner, the third place winner, her cash prize of 25,000 rupees. Once again, congratulations to Ms. KMGY Sewandi. And we'd also like to express our heartfelt congratulations to all three winners, the winners of the CIRS 2026 3MT competition. Shall we give all three of them collectively a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? On that note, we are now going to take a well-deserved lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, following the lunch break, we will be having the technical sessions of CIRS 2026 featuring the poster and oral presentations. Each faculty has been given a hall, and those details will be displayed outside the main ballroom on the screens. So please refer to the screens and proceed to your designated venues. And once the technical sessions are done, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene our proceedings here in the main ballroom at 4 p.m. We are going to start off the technical sessions at 1 p.m. and we request all of you to please be seated at least by 12:45 p.m. And before you move out of the hall for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, please be kind enough to collect your token for lunch from the registration desk. So we hope you have a lovely lunch break and we hope you make the most out of the technical sessions. We will see you once again in this main ballroom at 4 p.m. for the award ceremony where we recognize the best poster and oral presentations of CIRS 2026. Have a lovely break, ladies and gentlemen.
Precision testing isn't just a requirement, it's the cornerstone of consumer trust. At Athena Analytics, we deliver actionable insights through world-class chemical testing and advanced analytical solutions, ensuring your products meet the highest global standards. Our comprehensive services cover every stage of the product lifecycle. We specialize in pharmaceutical analysis, cosmetics testing, raw ingredient verification, and finished product evaluation. Additionally, our dedicated water analysis services ensure full environmental and chemical compliance across your operational pipeline. To guarantee exceptional accuracy, our laboratory is powered by state-of-the-art instrumentation. Our technical facility features ICP-MS, GC-MS, UHPLC, HPLC, and FTR spectrometers. For complex matrix preparation and automated testing, we utilize microwave digesters alongside advanced potentiometric and Karl Fischer titrators. Where others reach their limits, Athena Analytics stands out. We excel in ultra-low chemical entity detection, offering specialized testing for residual solvents, trace impurities, and nitrosamine compounds. Whether managing high-sensitivity screening or complex regulatory submissions, our specialized capabilities ensure unmatched trace-level detection. Driven by scientific expertise and working actively towards ISO IEC 17025-2017 accreditation, our team is committed to delivering fast, reliable, and uncompromised testing services. Athena Analytics, elevating analytical precision, empowering your quality assurance. Contact us today to secure your testing pipeline.
Scientific advancement, where discovery takes flight, lies the foundation of every breakthrough, the laboratory. Welcome to BioSafe Lab Technologies, home to BioSafe and Lab Design, Sri Lanka's leading name in shaping the future of science with high-quality laboratory equipment, furniture, and complete turnkey solutions. For over a decade, we've been more than builders. We've been partners in life science research and innovation, empowering scientific exploration through intelligent design, enduring materials, and flawless execution. We don't just construct labs, we cultivate environments where inspiration thrives and boundaries are pushed. As a proud subsidiary of Avon Pharmachem, Sri Lanka's leading and most reputed laboratory supplier, BioSafe is heir to a tradition of excellence. We combine the rigor of engineering with a deep, compassionate insight into the complex requirements of scientists, committed researchers, and visionary educators. Our parent company, Avon, has one compelling mission: to inspire the science community. With BioSafe and Lab Design, we live this mission, carefully crafting every laboratory as a reflection of this passion. At BioSafe, we start by listening. Our experts travel to sites and consult. We work together with you to define your vision, goals, and constraints. From this foundation, we create precise estimates, offer material consultation, and craft innovative layouts. We prioritize effective workflow, safety, and future scalability. We produce our laboratory furniture under the close supervision of our architects and engineers in our BioSafe new factory. Control guarantees uncompromising quality throughout, allows us to have very short turnaround times, and enables us to provide tailored solutions that meet and often surpass stringent international standards. Whether it's a dynamic university campus, a critical hospital laboratory, a pioneering research facility, or a globally recognized pharmaceutical company, Lab Design delivers on its promise, on time, every time. Our installation services are characterized by precision, professionalism, and a commitment to being minimally disruptive to your ongoing operations. With a continually growing portfolio of completed projects throughout Sri Lanka and beyond our shores, our clients trust us with their requirements. Why? Because we create laboratories that don't merely fulfill exacting specifications. They quite literally bring possibilities to life and speed discovery. Our clients enjoy our universally acclaimed flexible customization and extremely competitive pricing policies, entirely committed to total compliance and operational excellence worldwide. Are you envisioning your next state-of-the-art lab space? Here's precisely why Lab Design should be your first, decisive call. Your complete partner. A seamless, one-stop solution, guiding you from initial consultation to final completion. Uncompromised quality and speed. Sri Lanka's exclusive in-house manufacturing guarantees superior craftsmanship and efficient project timelines. Designs tailored to discovery. Custom designed spaces, meticulously engineered for your unique scientific pursuits. A legacy of trust. Endorsed by leading institutions and pioneering companies, both in Sri Lanka and internationally. Global reach. Local expertise. Export-ready services with comprehensive end-to-end logistical support, wherever your research takes you. Embark on your journey toward a safer, smarter, and more inspiring laboratory. Visit us at www.biosafe.lk or explore our group's extensive capabilities at www.avonpc.com. Biosafe Lab Technologies. Lab design by Avon. Because the future of science deserves the best foundation. Design. Building Inspire.
Sunshine Holdings plc has been contributing to nation building for nearly 6 decades and today stands as a leading conglomerate with operations in healthcare, consumer goods and agribusiness, serving millions across Sri Lanka. Its renowned brands Zesta, Watawala Tea, Rankahata, Dainty and Healthguard stand as trusted symbols of excellence. Built on integrity, perseverance and reliability, Sunshine is committed to sustainable growth while delivering long-term value to stakeholders. With innovation and a passion for improving lives, Sunshine continues to bring good things to life.
This project features 2,612 solar panels strategically placed across the Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Arts, and Faculty of Medicine of the university. By embracing renewable energy, the University of Peradeniya is making a significant impact on the environment.
This is Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, the oldest university in the country. This university started in 1942. We developed a proposal containing 5 themes. In that, the Centenary Development Plan, the first item has been the Green University. We initiated the documentary work in 2023 in that Centenary Development Plan. Haley's solar of the Haley's Fentons matched best the criteria given by the university, and therefore that was selected to carry out this. Their operations towards the latter part of October last year, and within a couple of months they managed to complete the first phase of the project. As a company, they did a professional job with safety taking into account, and installation monitored by a separate team and audited by a separate team, and I'm happy the way that they conducted the installations of the system.
This solar installation not only reduced their carbon footprint, but also positions them as a leader for sustainable practices in higher education. To learn more about our renewable energy measures, contact us at 0112-102-102.
Discover South Asia's most extraordinary parkland, where the Emerald Standard defines a new era of luxury living. At Central Park Boulevard, Port City, Colombo, where 40 acres...
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope all of you enjoyed your lunch. Now it's time for us to head towards the technical sessions, so we request everyone to please proceed to their designated halls, and this main ballroom will also be divided into 2, and one side will be given to the Faculty of Management for their technical sessions. So ladies and gentlemen, a kind reminder for all of you to head towards your designated halls for the technical sessions. We will see you back again here at 4 p.m. Thank you very much.
Central Park Boulevard, Port City, Colombo. Live at the best park in South Asia. A project by Homelands.
In the hallowed pages of time, where stories are etched, there exists a legacy that transcends the ordinary. This is the story of Hemsons International. Our journey began over 7 decades ago, in a world where innovation was stitched to the fabric of every experiment, and the pursuit of excellence was not a choice, but a way of life. From these humble beginnings, we evolved. Yet, at the heart of our evolution, a commitment remained unwavering. As we expanded our reach, Hemsons developed a suite of specialized services designed to empower and elevate our clients. From initial project consultation to the final installation, our expert team ensures seamless integration of advanced laboratory solutions. Our drive for innovation is matched by our commitment to quality. Certified to the highest standards, we equip industries across Sri Lanka and international markets with tools that redefine what's possible in laboratories and medical facilities. So, as we unveil our legacy, we do so with a promise to continue pioneering progress for a sustainable tomorrow. ensuring that every solution we offer enhances the communities and industries we serve. Hemson's, shaping tomorrow's standards.
Standards, the cornerstone on which you've built your legacy. It's taken a lifetime of discipline, dedication, and discretion. We understand. That's why we are redefining the standards of private banking. Because we know your standards will only get higher and higher and higher. Unlock a higher standard of private banking. Sampath Bank Private Banking. More begins here.
The best healthcare solutions in the world can help Sri Lankan people live a healthy and happy life. George Stewart Health. We believe in living well. Exercise your right to a healthy life and an aesthetic physique with GS Sports. Stores now open in Madivela and Gore Road, Colombo 3.
Rapidex. Experience the freedom from pain. Now available at island-wide pharmacies and supermarket outlets.
In an industry where safety, efficacy, and compliance are paramount, precision testing isn't just a requirement, it's the cornerstone of consumer trust. At Athena Analytics, we deliver actionable insights through world-class chemical testing and advanced analytical solutions, ensuring your products meet the highest global standards. Our comprehensive services cover every stage of the product lifecycle. We specialize in pharmaceutical analysis, cosmetics testing, raw ingredient verification, and finished product evaluation. Additionally, our dedicated water analysis services ensure full environmental and chemical compliance across your operational pipeline. To guarantee exceptional accuracy, our laboratory is powered by state-of-the-art instrumentation. Our technical facility features ICP-MS, GC-MS, UHPLC, HPLC, and FTR spectrometers. For complex matrix preparation and automated testing, we utilize microwave digesters alongside advanced potentiometric and Carl Fisher titrators. Where others reach their limits, Athena Analytics stands out. We excel in ultra-low chemical entity detection, offering specialized testing for residual solvents, trace impurities, and nitrosamine compounds. Whether managing high-sensitivity screening or complex regulatory submissions, our specialized capabilities ensure unmatched trace-level detection. Driven by scientific expertise and working actively towards ISO IEC 17025-2017 accreditation, our team is committed to delivering fast, reliable, and uncompromised testing services. Athena Analytics, elevating analytical precision, empowering your quality assurance. Contact us today to secure your testing pipeline.
Scientific advancement, where discovery takes flight, lies the foundation of every breakthrough, the laboratory. Welcome to BioSafe Lab Technologies, home to BioSafe and lab design. Sri Lanka's leading name in shaping the future of science with high-quality laboratory equipment, furniture, and complete turnkey solutions. For over a decade, we've been more than builders. We've been partners in life science research and innovation, empowering scientific exploration through intelligent design, enduring materials, and flawless execution. We don't just construct labs, We cultivate environments where inspiration thrives and boundaries are pushed. As a proud subsidiary of Avon Pharmochem, Sri Lanka's leading and most reputed laboratory supplier, BioSafe is heir to a tradition of excellence. We combine the rigor of engineering with a deep, compassionate insight into the complex requirements of scientists, committed researchers, and visionary educators. Our parent company, Avon, has one compelling mission: to inspire the science community. With BioSafe and Lab Design, we live this mission, carefully crafting every laboratory as a reflection of this passion. At BioSafe, we start by listening. Our experts travel to sites and consult. We work together with you to define your vision, goals, and constraints. From this foundation, we create precise estimates, offer material consultation, and craft innovative layouts. We prioritize effective workflow, safety, and future scalability. We produce our laboratory furniture under the close supervision of our architects and engineers in our BioSafe new factory. Guarantees uncompromising quality throughout, allows us to have very short turnaround times, and enables us to provide tailored solutions that meet and often surpass stringent international standards. Whether it's a dynamic university campus, a critical hospital laboratory, a pioneering research facility, or a globally recognized pharmaceutical company, Lab Design delivers on its promise, on time, every time. Our installation services are characterized by precision, professionalism, and a commitment to being minimally disruptive to your ongoing operations. With a continually growing portfolio of completed projects throughout Sri Lanka and beyond our shores, our clients trust us with their requirements. Why? Because we create laboratories that don't merely fulfill exacting specifications. They quite literally bring possibilities to life and speed discovery. Our clients enjoy our universally acclaimed flexible customization and extremely competitive pricing policies, entirely committed to total compliance and operational excellence worldwide. Are you envisioning your next state-of-the-art lab space? Here's precisely why Lab Design should be your first, decisive call. Your complete partner. A seamless, one-stop solution, guiding you from initial consultation to final completion. Uncompromised quality and speed. Sri Lanka's exclusive in-house manufacturing guarantees superior craftsmanship.